Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Saturday night performance here at the 2025 World Clydesdale Show. We are just about to get ready with our 6-horse hitch competition this evening, but before we get to that, we'd like to recognize a few of those that make it possible here. We all know that the Clydesdale horse is a horse that is celebrated throughout the world. Nowhere is that more evident than right here at the 2025 World Clydesdale Show, where we have exhibitors and spectators from around the world. And in that fact, at this time, we would like to welcome into the ring to perform the Flower of Scotland, our singer, Donald Tallman from Petersburg, Illinois. He is recently located from Denver, where he performed the national anthem for the Colorado Rockies, the Denver Nuggets, the National Western Stock Show, and other professional sporting events and civic functions for over 25 years to over 1 million people. He is currently the president of the Menard County Tourism and sings with the Springfield Choral Society. Join me in welcoming Mr. Donald Tallman. Carrying in the Scottish flag this evening is Amanda Dales. And at this time, I would ask all of you who are able to please rise, remove cover for the singing of the Flower of Scotland. Thank you, Donald, and thank you, Amanda. We're going to ask that you remain standing as we welcome into the ring Hazel Carter. She will be carrying our Canadian flag in to sing "O Canada" and pay tribute to our friends to the north. Let's welcome in singer Sarah Stahlheim from Amory, Wisconsin. Thank you very much, Hazel and Sarah Stahlheim. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you remain standing just one more time as we welcome into the arena Leah Pop, going to be carrying the flag of the greatest country in the world. And to honor America, we would like to welcome back Donald Tallman to sing the Star-Spangled Banner. And there it is. Thank you, Donald Tallman, everyone. Beautifully done. Leah Pop, thank you for carrying the colors tonight. Next up on our program every night this week, we have had what we consider the class acts of the Clydesdale industry, featuring the uniqueness of the Clydesdale horse and its versatility. Do what? No. So tonight we will be doing a dressage demonstration. Going to get our arena set up. Come on, cheer him on. Let's go. Hurry up. All right, as he turns and heads for home, everybody, let's hear it for Grant. About to set a record, and hurry, hurry, hurry. And time. Thank you, Grant. And at this time, we're going to welcome into the arena Jessica Crannell Menard. Blue as shoe. Jessica is joining us from Powell Butte, Oregon, and will showcase the athleticism of her horse, Tower View Theo. This performance will highlight an Olympic style and level of dressage, which is no easy feat. Tower View Theo is currently schooling FEI level dressage with Jessica and splits his time to spend winters training in Wellington, Florida, training towards Grand Prix dressage. Thank you, Jessica Crannell, for that amazing performance, and her horse, Tower View Theo.
Ready?
No. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here they come, the famous world-renowned Budweiser Clydesdales. You're watching 8 tons of champions. They beautifully matched 8-horse hitch from Anheuser-Busch Brewery, driven by Brady Jensen and assisted by Megan Arnold. Notice how effortlessly the driver handles the hitch. He holds 4 pairs of reins laced through the fingers of each hand, giving him individual control of each horse. Each pair of horses in the hitch has a specific job to perform as part of the team. The front pair are called the lead team. They are smaller and more active than the others because they have to cover the most territory in a turn and do it in the fastest time. The second pair of horses are the swing horses. They are slightly larger than the lead horses, but are just as agile and active because of the area they have to cover in making turns. The third pair are called the body horses. They again are slightly larger than the swing pair because they have to help pour more of the load. The pair closest to the wagon, they're called the wheel horses. They are the largest of the 4 pairs because they have to hold the wagon back while the other horses make the turn. These horses enable the hitch to make a 90-degree turn. The Clydesdales are extremely intelligent, beautifully mannered, and trained to perfection. They are also exceptionally gentle despite the fact that they dwarf ordinary horses. The average age of a Clydesdale is 4 to 9 years. Their average height is 18 hands or 6 feet at shoulder height. The average weight of the Clydesdales is 2,000 pounds each. Watch how the Clydesdales maneuver the wagon, how they make it look like a toy. Would you believe it weighs 3.5 tons? Each Clydesdale horseshoe is made from a piece of 22-inch long, 1.5 inch wide steel and weighs almost 4 pounds. In case you were ever thinking about getting a Clydesdale hitch of your own, you might be interested to know that the harness alone costs over $100,000. It is all handmade and decorated extensively with brass ornamentation. When on the road, the Budweiser Clydesdales travel as a caravan in 3 tractor trailers. Each van is 45 feet long, 8 feet wide. In the 2 horse vans, all the stalls face forward and are arranged so that the horses can't be thrown off balance. The third van is used to transport the huge brass wagon, portable stalls, and other necessary equipment. The Dalmatian dog sitting on the wagon is the official mascot of the hitch. He goes everywhere the team goes and that takes 3,000 miles per year. His name is Bud. Folks, you are seeing a high spot of a bygone era, the Budweiser Clydesdales in all their glory, just the way your grandparents remember them. Let's give them a big round of applause, the champion of champions, the Budweiser Clydesdales. At this time, we're going to welcome into the ring our stagecoach carrying tonight's judges and ring stewards and the Queen. Judges this evening are going to be Rod Dare, Daniel Thompson, and Tara Taft, the 2025 National Clydesdale Queen. They are driven in tonight by Michaela Redeker of Daredevil Drafts. Thank you, Michaela Redeker of Daredevil Drafts. Our first class this evening is going to be our Supreme 6-horse hitch. We are looking for roughly 27 entries across 7 heats. Judging this hitch tonight is going to be Mr. Rod Dare of Milan, Illinois. Rod has been an icon in the draft horse industry for years, with a history of success in breeding, raising, and exhibiting Percherons, Belgians, Clydesdales for numerous hitches, including Pinnacle Farm. Currently, Rod and his family own and operate a farm dedicated to raising quality foundation-building cattle. Help me in welcoming our judge this evening, Mr. Rod Dare. All right, our ring steward tonight, Mr. Buck Hegeman, tells me we are ready to go. We are looking for our first heat, 4 entries in that heat. Drivers, please be making your way to the arena at a trot. And first in is going to be entry number 276 from Aaronsburg, Pennsylvania. It's the entry of the Rollin' On Clydesdales, Roger Toms driving. Next in is going to be 104, the entry of the Mountain View Clydesdales from Bristol, Connecticut. This is Davina Saglio driving. Joining us from Lexington, Kentucky is entry 127, the Lundergan Clydesdales, driven tonight by Chad Cole. And our fourth and final entry in this heat from Fremont, Ohio is entry 194, the South Creek Clydesdales, and Tim Myers. All right, drivers, this is going to be our heat. Let's get them on the rail at a trot, please. Drivers, we're going to ask that you prepare to work second way of the ring, beginning with the Rollin' On Clydesdales and Mr. Roger Toms. As you come around, if you would please lead us into the reverse. And let's bring them down to the walk, drivers. Please walk your hitches. All walk. And let's get back to the trot on the rail at a trot. All right, drivers, this is your final lap. As you come around the final rail, please look to your ring steward and line up. Beginning with the Rollin' On Clydes, please line up. And how about a nice round of applause for our first heat in tonight's Supreme 6-horse hitch. Alrighty, we're ready to dismiss this first heat. Drivers, if you would, please out into your left, beginning with the Roger Toms and the Rollin' on Clydesdales. Ladies and gentlemen, as they exit, let's give them a nice round of applause, show our appreciation for our first heat of tonight's Supreme Champion 6-horse hitch. As we go through tonight's class, if you find yourself in love with one of these outfits, we call you a fan favorite. Don't be afraid to express your gratitude as they go by. They love hearing your appreciation. All right, we are ready for our second heat. Going to be looking for 3 entries in Heat 2. 3 entries making their way in at the trot, please. And here they come. Our first heat is going to be the entry of the Grandview Clydesdales, driven by Shannon Cobbs, joining us from Denham, Florida. The Brookside Farm coming in next. Dustin Brooks doing the driving. Joining us from Sparta, Wisconsin. And our final entry in this heat is entry 114, the Double Shoe Clydesdales from right here in Springfield, Illinois. Mike Taft driving. This is going to be our heat drivers on the rail at a trot. You are being judged. All right, drivers, it is reverse time, beginning with the Grandview Clydesdales. Mr. Shannon Cobbs, as you come around, please look to your ring steward on the east end and reverse. And down to the walk, drivers. Walk your sixes. Back to the trot. On the rail, all trot. Drivers, our judge has called for the lineup, beginning once again with the Grandview Clydesdales. Please look to your ring man and line up. And there you have it, a nice Heat 2 of tonight's Supreme 6-horse hitch. All right, we're ready to open up the outgate and dismiss our second heat. Drivers, if you would please, out into your left, beginning with the Grandview entry. Out and to your left, drivers. Let's have another nice round of applause for our second heat in tonight's Supreme 6-horse hitch. Everybody stay quiet and calm. Everything's okay. Just nice and easy, lots of expertise in the ring. Nice recovery, Christopher. He's a true professional, ladies and gentlemen. Remaining calm in the face of adversity, the double shoe entry. Ladies and gentlemen, before this next heat comes in, I have been asked by the fire marshal if those of you that are standing could please find seats. I believe there's still a lot of open seats, but he is not super impressed with everybody just standing around. So if you could make your way to a seat, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. And here comes heat number 3. Joining us from Hooper, Utah, the entry 119, the High Point Clydesdales, Freeman Yoder driving. Entry 165, the Resting Spirit Stables, joining us from Essex, Ontario, Canada, Mr. Eric Guyman driving. $129, the West Wind Farm. They're from Oakville, Ontario. Mr. Donnie Lowe's driving. And rounding out this heat is going to be 126, the Sutter Post Farm Clydesdales from Mechanicsville, Maryland. All right, drivers, if you would, please, on the rail out of the trot. This is our heat. Drivers, we are going to work second way of the ring, beginning with the High Point Clydesdale entry. And Freeman Yoder, as you come around, please lead us through the reverse. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk your sixes, all walk. And back to the trot drivers on the rail at a trot. Drivers, this is the final lap as you come around, starting with High Point, Clydesdales, and Freeman Yoder. Please look to your ring man, lining up on his direction. And how about it for our third heat of tonight's Supreme 6-horse hitch? All right, I believe we are ready to open up the outgate and go and dismiss our third heat this evening. Drivers out and to your left, beginning with the High Point Clydesdales. And as they exit, ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice round of applause for our third heat in tonight's 6. All right, we are ready for our fourth heat of tonight's 6-horse hitch. And in through the ring, it's going to be the entry of 139, the Stallheim Farms. Joining us from Emery, Wisconsin, Andrew Stallheim driving. .160, the entry of the Gregley Alamar Clydesdales, joining us from Cargill, Ontario, Canada, with Jason Gregg driving. Next in is 107. This is the 5-star Clydesdales from Leland, Illinois, with Cameron Hastings, Cody Berry driving. All right, they're telling me this is our heat. Drivers, if you would, please, on the rail at a trot. All right, drivers, we are going to go with the reverse at this time, beginning with the Stallheim Farm entry, 139. Andrew, as you come around, we're going to ask that you lead us through the reverse. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk your sixes, all walk. Back to the trot, judge says on the rail at a trot. Drivers, our judge has called for the lineup. Beginning with the Stahlheim Farms entry. As you come down the west rail, please look to your ring steward and line up. And a nice round of applause for our fourth heat in tonight's 6-horse hitch. 3 entries in our fourth heat tonight. Let's hear it. Yeah, that's right, Springfield. Don't quit on me now. All right, we're going to go ahead and open up the gate and excuse our fourth heat this evening. Drivers out into your left, beginning with the Stahlheim entry. And how about a nice round of applause for our fourth heat this evening? All right, we are ready for heat number 5. Looking for 4 entries in heat 5. 4 entries to the arena at a trot. And here it is, entry number 185, the Wismer Clydesdales. Joining us from Amherstburg, Ontario, Canada, Ron Wismer doing the driving. (113), this is Logan Bain driving for the Glencoe Gallantry Clydesdales of Pecatonica, Illinois. (123), the entry of McLaughlin Clydesdales. Joining us from Haley Station, Ontario, Ray McLaughlin driving. And our fourth and final entry in this heat is 186, the Beto Clydesdales. Joining us from Ainsworth, Nebraska, Eric Reisinger driving. All right, drivers, if you would, please on the rail at a trot. All trot, this is your heat. Drivers, we're going to ask that you prepare to reverse, beginning with the Budweiser Clydesdale entry 186. As you come around, please lead us into the reverse. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk, all walk. And pick them up to the trot, on the rail at a trot. Drivers, the time has come to line up. As you come around, beginning with the Budweiser Clydesdale entry, please look to your ringman and line up on his direction. And there you have it, heat number 5 in tonight's Clydesdale Supreme 6-horse hitch. All right, it's time for audience participation. I do think we can do better than that, right? Let's see it. Much better. All right, we're going to go ahead and dismiss this heat. Drivers out into your left. We could get that out gate open, beginning with the Wismer Clyde entry. If you would please lead us out. And ladies and gentlemen, you've been a great crowd as they go out. How about another nice round of applause for all of our entries in our fifth heat? Well, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, we have 8 more hitches still yet to see. 8 more to come in, 2 more heats, 4 in each. We are ready for heat number 6, and here they come. .102, the entry of Greenwood Farm from Richmond, Michigan. Mr. Gary Miller driving. Next in is going to be 149, the Ridgeview Acres. Joining us from Willard, Missouri, Mr. Yura Hirschberger doing the driving. 166 all the way from Huxley, Alberta, Canada. This is Kevin Pellinero driving for the Calico Farm. 121, our final entry is Style and Grace Draft Horses from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. This is John Smucker driving. All right, drivers, this is going to be your heat. Let's put them on the rail and let them roll at the trot. Drivers, our judge has called for the reverse, beginning with Mr. Gary Miller in the Greenwood entry. As you come around, we're going to ask that you reverse. And let's bring them down to the walk, drivers. Bring them down to the walk. Back to the trot. Pick them up on the rail at a trot. Drivers, this is your final lap, beginning once again with Greenwood Farm and Gary Miller. Bring them down the rail and line them up on your ring man. And how about a nice round of applause for a very exciting heat number 6. All right, we're ready to dismiss heat number 6. Drivers, if you would, please out and to the left, beginning with Gary Miller in the Greenwood Farm. Let's get that gate open. Drivers, out to your left. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Heat number 6 of tonight's 6-horse hitch. 4 more to go. One more heat remains. 4 more in that heat. That'll give us a total of, I believe, 26 6-horse hitches that our judge, Mr. Rod Dare, will have to place in its entirety, top to bottom, all 26. How's your judge's card shaping up? Be ready to compare final results momentarily. And here they come, our first entry, 162, the entry of George's Clydesdales. Joining us from Bishopton, Quebec, Jason Taylor driving. $169, the entry of Stokes Stables. Joining us from Moffat, Ontario, Canada, Mr. Pat Stokes driving. $167, the Money West Clydesdale. Joining us from Allegan, Michigan, that's Bud Miller doing the driving. And our final entry is going to be 187, the TF Clydesdales. Joining us from Gladbrook, Iowa, Jake Bauer driving. All right, drivers, if you would please, on the rail at a trot. Drivers are going to ask that you prepare to work second direction of the ring, beginning with the George's Clydesdale entry, 162. Jason Taylor, as you come around, please lead our reverse. And down to the walk, drivers, please walk your sixes. All walk. Back to the trot. Let's pick them up on the rail at a trot. Drivers, our judge has called for the lineup. Beginning once again with George's Clydesdales and Mr. Taylor. Please come down this rail, turn them in, and line them up. And there you have it, our 7th and final heat of tonight's Clydesdale Supreme 6-horse hitch. All right, we are ready to go ahead and open up the outgate, dismissing our final heat tonight. Heat number 7, drivers out and to your left, beginning with George's Clydesdales out to your left. And as they leave, how about one more round of applause? I know I keep asking, but you guys have been great. Really appreciate it. Give them their dues. 7th heat tonight. All right, we have seen, I believe, 26 six-horse hitches. Our judge, Mr. Ron Dare, is now going to go through his note card trying to look for final placings. There is a good chance, as spread out of these hitches are, that he's going to want to see a few of them back in the ring. We're going to put these hitches head-to-head from a different heats so that we can get this scorecard exactly right. He is required to replace it in its entirety, 1 through 26. No small feat, but that's what we are going to be working on here for a few minutes, getting traffic sorted around. While we are waiting for our redrives to come in, I would like to take this time to invite all of you. You've been such an incredible audience. A special invitation tonight at 8 o'clock. We are having a block party celebrating this incredible world show at the north end of the fairgrounds. We plan on having a band. The Budweiser Clydesdales will be there. There will be Budweiser itself available. Get some food at the food trucks, enjoy the music. We will having a drawing for the winner of a custom 2025 World Clydesdale Show golf cart. Tickets are still available for that. They are 1 for $50, 3 for $100. You can stop by the announcer's booth if you want some, or I believe there is a QR code on the golf cart itself. Scan that, buy the tickets that you want. But then again, reminder, 8 o'clock tonight, block party, north end of the fairgrounds, down by the Budweiser stalls. We hope to see you all there. Thank you for being such a great audience.
you know what your redrives are? Have your redrives, like write them down. Like quick and dirty.
Wandering through Wichita, doubt my salvation on account of all the ways I've gone wrong, and I'm lonesome, lonesome and long.
We are ready for heat. Our first redrive of the night is going to be in from Hoover, Utah, the entry of the High Point Clydesdales.
Winter time's coming these days, and shorter than my temper. I can't wrestle with my
Next in from Essex, Ontario, Canada, the Resting Spirits Stables, Eric Guyman driving. $125, the Grandview Clydesdales from Dunellen, Florida. Shannon Cobbs driving. And rounding out our first redrive is 127, the Lundergan Clydesdales from Lexington, Kentucky, and Chad Cole driving. All right, drivers, we'd like to get you on the rail at a trot. Drivers, we're going to work second way of the ring as you come around, beginning with Freeman Yoder in the High Point Clydesdales. Looking to your ring steward, and please reverse.
lonesome and long.
Daddy didn't raise no fool, wouldn't let her date a boy till he taught her how to shoot. And Daddy didn't play no games, wouldn't let her trade her name for a fake I do.
Drivers, this is going to be it. We're going to ask that you line up. Port to him as you come around, beginning with Resting or High Point Clydesdales. Look to your ring steward and line up.
The target is you. If you
How about it for our first redrive of tonight? Pretty impressive outfits. Big round of applause. All right, we're going to go ahead and dismiss this. First redrive drivers out and to your left. Freeman, if you would, please lead us out. Our judge is asked to see 4 more entries. One final redrive to get his placing card just correct. Looking for 4 more entries. All right, here they come, our final 4 entries coming in for this redrive. First in through the chute is going to be 139, the Stolheim Farm Clydesdales from Emery, Wisconsin. Andrew Stolheim driving. Followed in closely by 102, the Greenwood Farm, Richmond, Michigan. Gary Miller driving. $186, the Beto Clydesdales from Ainsworth, Nebraska, Eric Reisinger. So not. And from Fremont, Ohio, this is Tim and Mary Myers with the South Creek Clydesdale drivers on the rail at a trot. Drivers, we're going to ask that you prepare to work second direction of the ring, beginning with Andrew Stallheim in the Stallheim Farms. As you come around, we're going to ask that you reverse. Drivers, this is it. Our judges called for the lineup. Beginning with Stallheim Farms, as you come down, drivers, we're going to ask that you line them up tight. 12 entries coming back, line up tight. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Just like we asked for.
Gypsy goddess, a little too modest. My hair comes down every now and then. A wild card with a reckless heart. I've seen love come around the bend. I raised babies that were not mine, and I'ma raise my own on my own time. Been handed fate, was too late. Made my luck on my own dime. Been called too crazy, been called too blind. But I built this ground I'm walking on. Been running, running, running ever since I was a child. Drowning out the noise with the red dirt in my bones. Build a kingdom up just to burn it down. And if you need me, I'll be laughing at the pain, dancing in the play.
All right, at this time, we're going to be bringing back in what we believe to be the top 12 in tonight's proceedings as we wait for final placings. As we're getting all these hitches back in here, just want to remind everybody that we still do have tickets available for the World Clydesdale Show Golf Cart. Those tickets can be purchased from our 2025 National Clydesdale Queen or the Clydesdale Horse Association of Canada Princess. They're standing behind me. They'll be making their way around. If you see them walking by and would like to buy a ticket, they are 1 for $50, 3 for $100. Still many tickets available to win yourself a custom World Clydesdale Show golf cart.
I've been running, running, running ever since I was a child. Drowning out the noise with the red dirt
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our top 12 in tonight's Clydesdale Supreme 6-horse hitch.
Son of a southern man, daughter of a freedman, children of the Civil War. Blackbird on a limb, both of them diving in deeper than they've been before. And down a red dirt path, covering their tracks, strangers in the light of day. Can't fight it, can't stop, and if they get caught, it's gonna be hell to pay. So baby, meet me down by the Roanoke River where the cool dark water meets the full moonlight. If we can sneak away, maybe we could be together. Can't nobody stop love tonight. Didn't know they'd been followed down through the hollow till a hand grabbed her by the arm. Blood's thicker than water, but even his father ain't never gonna do her no harm. And whiskey on his breath, they were scared to death, and he was meaner than the devil himself. It was him or them, and you can call it a sin, but the Roanoke River won't tell. So baby, meet me down by the Roanoke River where the cool dark water meets the full moonlight. If we can sneak away, maybe we could be together. Can't nobody stop love tonight. Can't nobody stop this love. 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 So baby, meet me down by the Roanoke River where the cool dark water meets the full moonlight. If we can sneak away, maybe we could be together. Can't nobody stop love tonight. So baby, meet me down by the Roanoke River where the cool dark water meets the full moonlight. If we can sneak away, maybe we could be together. Can't nobody stop.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, final placings are here at the announcer's booth. We have all 26 placings. Before we get to those, can we give all of these exhibitors one more show of tremendous appreciation? What an incredible class here at the 2025 World Clydesdale Show. And this is the way our judge saw it tonight. We only have 12 entries, so we will announce the remaining entries until we get to the top 12. 26 this evening is going to go to 162, the George's Clydesdales from Bishopton, Quebec, driven by Jason Taylor. 25th tonight, 114, the Double Shoe Clydesdales from Springfield, Illinois. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and clap. 24th this evening, 104, the Mountain View Clydesdales from Bristol, Connecticut with Davina Saglio driving. 23rd goes to 107, the 5-star Clydesdales from Leland, Illinois. 22nd this evening is 276, the Rollin' On Clydes from Aaronsburg, Pennsylvania. Roger Toms driving. 21st this evening is 123, the McLaughlin Clydesdales from Haley Station, Ontario. Ray McLaughlin was driving. 20th, 149, the Ridgeview Acres joining us from Willard, Missouri with Yura Hirschberger driving. 19th is 121, Style and Grace Draft Horses from Mountain Pleasant, Michigan. John Schmucker piloted that outfit. 18th this evening is 169, the entry of Stokes Stables from Moffat, Ontario. This is Pat Stokes driving. 17th place, 166 from Huxley, Alberta, the entry of Calico Farms and Kevin Pellinero. 16th this evening, entry 187, the entry of TF Clydesdales and Jack Bauer driving from Gladbrook, Iowa. 15th place, standing 15th, 167, the entry of Monty West Clydesdales from Allegan, Michigan, driven tonight by Bud Miller. Whoa, hold up. Something, we have to have a number disconnected here. Pause.
Loitering out on her doorstep again. I thought I might try to win her back, but I'm all out of confidence. I'm a little nervous about coming down, and every new heartbreak hurts a little more. The first one felt like more than I could take, so I hit the ground running so hard, whittled my soul away, try to keep my
All right, I think we have this straightened around. Sorry about the confusion, just a little bit of a number slip. So here we are back at 15. 15th place this evening is 126. This is the Sutter Post Farm Clydesdale entry. 14th is going to go to 185, the entry of the Wismer Clydesdales from Amherstburg, Ontario, with Ron Wismer driving. And 13th place goes to 183, the entry of Brookside Farm from Sparta, Wisconsin, Dustin Brooks driving. All right, here then are final placings for your top 12. The top 12 standing right in front of you. Standing 12th place this evening is 167. Now the Monty West Clydesdales from Allegan, Michigan. Bud Miller driving. 12th place this evening. '11th place, and congratulations, is going to entry number 129, the West Wind Farm. Joining us from Oakland, Ontario, Canada, Donnie Lowe's driving. Standing 10th this evening, entry number 160, the Gregley Alomar Clydesdales. Joining us from Cargill, Ontario, Canada, Jason Gregg. Ninth place this evening is going to 194 from Fremont, Ohio, the entry of the South Creek Clydesdales, Tim and Mary Myers entry. Standing 8th this evening, entry number 113, the Glencoe Gallantry Clydesdales from Pecatonica, Illinois, Logan Bain driving. Seventh place this evening, entry 186 from Ainsworth, Nebraska, the Beto Clydesdales and Eric Reisinger driving. Beto Clydesdales is our title sponsor at this year's 2025 World Clydesdale Show. Couldn't have done it without him. Let's hear a big round of applause for our title sponsor, the Beto Clydesdales. Sixth place tonight goes to entry 102, the Greenwood Farm from Richmond, Michigan, Mr. Gary Miller driving. Fifth place this evening is going to entry number 125, the entry of the Grandview Clydesdales from Dunellen, Florida, with Shannon Cobbs driving. Fourth place tonight is entry number 139, the Stahlheim Farm Clydesdales from Emery, Wisconsin. Andrew Stahlheim driving. Now, if you were here last night, remember, Andrew doesn't like lots of applause, just the right amount of applause for fourth place. Let's hear it for him. Andrew Stahlheim, Stahlheim Farms, fourth place this evening. Third place this evening is going to go to entry number 165, the Resting Spirit Stables. Joining us from Essex, Ontario, Canada, Mr. Eric Guyman driving. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our final two in tonight's Supreme 6-horse hitch. Two outstanding hitches remain. The Reserve World Champion Supreme 6-horse hitch is going to go to the entry from Hooper, Utah. Entry 119, the High Point Clydesdales. Brett and Annette Fielding's entry with Freeman Yoder driving. As they drive out one more time for the High Point Clydesdales. Amazing people, amazing horses, terrific drive. Your Reserve World Champion, High Point Clydesdales. And there stands your winner of the Supreme Clydesdale 6-horse hitch. From Lexington, Kentucky, it's the Lundergan Clydesdales. Driven tonight by none other than Mr. Chad Cole. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have an outstanding round of applause tonight. Can you believe it? Out of 26 hitches, the one that reigns supreme is the entry of Jerry and Charlotte Lundergan, the Lundergan Clydesdales, Chad Cole driving. Jerry and Charlotte have been enthusiastic supporters of the Clydesdale breed and what an honor, leaving here tonight as the supreme world champion, Clydesdale 6-horse hitch, the Lundergan Clydesdales, and Chad Cole. All right, at this point, we are going to have an arena drag. We're going to bring it in, straighten this arena back out. We are going to move right into our top 12 barrel racing finals. Illustrating the diversity of the breed, we're going to go away from the hitches, back to the riders. 12 entries coming in shortly. Barrel racing finals. You don't want to miss it. All righty, looks like we are ready for our barrel racing competition of the night. We've been racing barrels all week. These are going to be your top 12 riders. This is our final tonight. Looking for 12 riders in tonight's barrel racing. The ring is set. The timer's ready to go. Our judge, Mr. Danny Thompson, is ready. Right, Danny? Ready to go. All right, our first entry tonight is going to be number 269. This is Twyla Newton. Twyla, if you can make your way in, we are ready for you. And that's a clean run, turned and headed for home is Twyla Newton. Let's hear it. And time, 22.702. 22.702, that's going to be good enough for first place. Next up, we have entry 249, looking for Claire Gregg. Whenever you're ready, the timer is set, ready to go. Claire Gregg. And it's let her rip to the first barrel. Here we go. Nice tight turns as she... That's a little bigger pocket than we would normally see, but it's all right. She's heading for home on the big horse, Claire Gregg, and we have time. 31.110 for Claire. 31.110. Next up, we have Amy Halverson, entry number 136. Amy Halverson. And here we go. All right, headed for home. Let's hear it. Amy Halverson, 136. Time, 25.627. 25.627, good enough for second place. Next up is entry 170, looking for Jake Schlepp. Entry 170. And here he goes, going to left-hand barrel first. Steering's just a little loose, but we got her done. Here he comes, headed for home, and the time is 27.283. Official time 27.283. Next up is 263, looking for Olivia O'Hare-Dersing. 263, be making your way in. Looking like she's done this before. Let's hear it. Nice run. Come on, come on, come on. Let's hear it. Head for home. Don't stop now. And we have time 23.931. 23.931 for Olivia. That's a good time. Moves her into the second spot. Next up, we have 130A looking for Olivia Wasson. Lillian, sorry. All right, she's closing in on the top time. Can she beat it? Here she comes, and 25.336. Lillian, 25.336. Nice time. Next up is entry number 270, looking for Maddie Strain, entry 270. All right. Whoa, there's a big strided horse. Here he comes to the finish, and it is 24.680. 24.680. Strong time tonight. Next up is 247, looking for Bailey Cook. Yeah, it's looking up. Here we go. Down to the wire, and 23.796. 23.796 for Bailey Cook. Strong time tonight. Good enough for second place, 23.796. Next up is 141. Elizabeth Bear, our next entry. Got a little time to make up. Can she do it on the straightaway? Oh, look at there. Two speed heading for home, and we have 27.172. 27.172 for Elizabeth Bear. Next up is 134, looking for Annabelle Wise. Whoa, here she goes. This horse has got some determination. Here she comes. Close, 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 and 25.782. 25.782 for Annabelle Wise. One rider left, entry 134C, looking for Samantha Proper. Time to beat 22.702. All right, Samantha, let him rip. Let's see where we end up. 26.229. 26.229. And I'm sorry, we do have one more entry. We are showing our top 12. That was number 11. Number 12 is 251, Elaine Pop. All right, kicking in high gear. We need this. Come. 26.424. 26.424. Time for our last rider. While we tear this arena down, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to come back in for your final placings, let's bring everybody back in, and we will take you through final placings in the finals for tonight's barrel racing competition. All right, then, here are your final placings. As mentioned before, this is our barrel racing finals. These were all qualified to be in here. These are our top 12. We'll be recognizing those riders. 12th place is going to go to entry number 249. This is Claire Gregg with a time of 31.110. 11th place this evening, going to entry number 170. This is Jake Schlepp with a time of 27.283. Tenth place is going to go to entry number 141. This is Elizabeth Bear with a score of 27.172. Ninth place this evening is going to entry 251. This is Elaine Bopp with a time of 26.424. Eighth place is going to go to 134C. This is Samantha Proper with a time of 26.229. Seventh place goes to 134. This is Annabelle Wise with a time of 25.782. Sixth place is going to 136. Amy Halverson with a time of 25.627. Fifth place, entry 130A. This is Lillian Wasson with a time of 25.336. Fourth place, entry number 270. This is Maddie Strain with a time of 24.680. Third place and congratulations going to entry number 263. This is Olivia O'Hare Dursing with a time of 23.931. And your reserve world champion, Clydesdale Bell Racer, is going to go to entry number 247. This is Bailey Cook with a time of 23.796. And this theme's getting to be just a little too common. For the fourth time at this show, Twyla Newton takes home another world championship, this time for barrel racing. Entry 269, Twyla Newton. And here she comes for the fourth time, your world champion, Twyla Newton. And as you notice, she's not geared up for barrel racing, but it doesn't seem to matter. When she comes in the ring, she walks out with the blue ribbon. Doesn't matter the discipline, here's your world champion, Twyla Newton. What a perfect pair, terrific ride. Congratulations.
Daddy didn't raise no fool, wouldn't let her date a boy till he
All right, our next class is going to be class number 29. This is our breast cancer awareness cart class. 21 entries last on my card. Going to do this over a series of 3 heats. All right, this is going to be our first heat in tonight's breast cancer awareness cart. Ladies, if you would please, on the rail at a trot. All right, ladies, our judge has called for reverse beginning with 189. If you, as you come around, entry. And down to the walk, ladies, please walk your carts. Back to the trot, on the rail at a trot. All right, ladies, this is going to be our final lap as you come around, beginning with the Stang entry. Whitney, as you come around, if you could please line up on your ring steward's direction. How about a nice round of applause for our first heat of tonight's Breast Cancer Awareness Kart Class. As you probably noticed, this class is presented a little differently than our traditional kart classes. Many of these karts are decorated in a variety of decor and outfits, all in pink, bringing to us the awareness for breast cancer. And many of these exhibitors have written a brief passage of what breast cancer means to them and why this kart means to it. First on, there is 189. That is the entry of Budweiser Clydesdales, Whitney's Stang. The breast cancer horse cart holds a very special place in my heart. My mother is a breast cancer survivor, and she joins me today in this class. When I drive into the ring for this class, I'm not just showing a horse. I'm honoring her journey, her resilience, and the hope that carried her through. The pink ribbons, the unity, and the sense of purpose remind me that we are part of something bigger than ourselves. Every lap around this ring is a tribute to those who have fought, those who are still fighting, and those we hold in our memory. Thanks, Mom, for being my greatest supporter. Thank you, Whitney Stang. Next up was 107, Beth Wilcox. The breast cancer awareness is close to my heart. My mother, my sister, and I are all breast cancer survivors. I'm a 20-year survivor of breast cancer and a 9-year survivor of thyroid cancer. I also lost my best friend to this awful disease, so I drive today in her honor. Entry 136, right there in the middle. Nancy Lacrosse for the Rockin' Hill Clydesdales. At the 2011 World Show, we went pink for the cause at our stalls, and we had a poster of names of loved ones and friends who have fought, and some as survivors. Sadly, many lost their fight. We are honored to continue the fight for those dealing with this heart-wrenching diagnosis and to humbly remember those who we have passed. Tonight, we again wear pink for those near and dear to our hearts, to our loved ones, and you as well. God bless. Entry 143. This is Clara Trout from Storidge. Thank you, Pat Perkins, for sponsoring this class. It is dedicated to all the women currently going through this treatment. No one fights alone. 119, the entry of High Point Clydesdales. That is Katie Cook. We wear this pink ribbon as a small symbol for all of those who suffer the pain of breast cancer, for those who died and for those who left behind, and for those who grieve. We also wear pink as a symbol for hope, for courage, and for a cure. Thank you very much, Katie. Also in this class, entry number 200. This is Candace Connor. Driving in this kart class has made a whole new meaning to me as my stepmom, Julie, just finished battling breast cancer. She had to do many chemo treatments and a full mastectomy. This means a lot to me for all my friends I know who have battled breast cancer and beat, but also the who didn't. I know several ladies currently battling breast cancer and pray they beat it. Love you, Julie. All right, we are going to go ahead and excuse our first heat in our breast cancer awareness kart drivers. If you would please out and to your left. Thank you. How about a nice round of applause for all of our entries? All right, looking for Heat 2 of our breast cancer awareness card. Heat 2, please be making your way in at the trot. All right, this is going to be our heat. Ladies, if you would please, on the rail at a trot. All right, ladies, we are going to work second direction of the ring, beginning with Mary Myers, entry 194 in the South Creek Clydesdales. As you make our way around the east corner, if you would please lead us through the reverse. And down to the walk, ladies, please walk your carts. And back to the trot. On the rail at a trot, please. Ladies, our judge has called for the lineup. Beginning with Mary Myers, as you come down the rail, we're going to ask that you turn in and lead our lineup.
Son of a southern man, daughter of a freedman, children of the Civil War. Blackbird on a limb, both of them diving in deeper than they've been before. And down a red dirt path, covering their tracks, strangers in the light of day. Can't fight it, can't stop, and if they get caught.
How about a nice round of applause for our second heat in tonight's Breast Cancer Awareness Cart Class.
Dark water meets the full moonlight. If we can sneak away, maybe we
Number 180, underneath our judge, the entry of Edgerton Clydesdales and Brooklyn Schmidt. We enter this class to honor all of those who have battled and continue to battle breast cancer. Paige has had the privilege of serving as a hospice nurse for breast cancer patients, focusing on the incredible strength and humor many of them possess. The moments of true resilience have taught us the importance of grace under pressure. To those battling breast cancer, family and friends, and all of those who have lost their battle, we hear you and want you to know how deeply you've touched our lives, both professionally and personally. Let us honor them tonight with open hearts and surround them with love. Brooklyn Schmidt, the Riverside Clydesdales. Entry 138, this is Amy Mullen from the Shining Meadow Clydesdales. Tonight I am driving in honor of my sister-in-law, Megan. She does not have breast cancer, however, she helps women prevent it. She was supposed to be here this week, however, she was unable to due to her schedule. Megan and her husband, Dr. Stephen Chismar, makes sure to encourage women to do self-breast exams and mammograms through his work as an OBGYN. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication. Entry 147, the entry of Lyndon Clydes and Hannah Johnson. Hannah is driving tonight in honor of her Aunt Sharon, who is riding on the cart with her. Sharon is a 13-year survivor of breast cancer. Aunt Sharon is a huge part of Hannah's life, and it means a lot to Hannah to have Sharon ride with her for the first time tonight. The Sutter Post Farm Clydesdale entry 126, and April Tarleton. For all of those who have fought the battle and for those we have lost in southern Maryland. And entry 116, the Boulder Creek Clydesdales. This is Ashley Kofer and Samantha Solis. Our bond manager, Ashley Kofer, asked to register for this class in honor of her grandmother who beat stage 4 breast cancer in 2019. Knowing the industry cares so much about the cause warms all of our hearts at Boulder Creek. And remember, pink power. All right, we're going to go ahead and excuse our second heat. One more heat to go. Mary, if you could please, out and to your left. All right, we are ready for our third and final heat of tonight's breast cancer awareness card. Third heat, ladies, if you could be making your way in at a trot. All right, can we just have an all stop real quick? Just real quick, all stop. Just a slight harness malfunction. We'll get this situated. Big thanks to our judge, Rod Dare, for spotting that right away.
Might try to win her back, but I'm all out of confidence. I'm a little nervous about coming down, and every new heartbreak hurts a little more.
All right, we are ready. Let's go ahead. Proceed at the trot. Everybody on the rail at a trot.
First one felt like more than I could take, so I hit the ground running so hard, whittled my soul away. Try to keep my hopes up, but they keep falling down, and every new heartbreak hurts a little more than the last time around. I made a lot of half-hearted mistakes, but I worked so hard on this one. I gave her my everything. Wasn't losing battle, so I'm laying down. And every new heart
Ladies, time has come for the reverse, beginning with 173, the Primrose Clydesdales entry. Christina Mann, as you come around, if you could, please reverse.
last time around. And I'll let her go, oh Lord, just let it be the last time around, please. And I'll let her go, oh Lord, this might be the last time around, the last time around, the last time around for me.
And down to the walk drivers, please walk your carts. Back to the trot, judge says, on the rail at a trot.
Out on a doorstep again, and it's just so damn cold out here. I can see my failing breath. I'm a little nervous and I'm coming down. Every new heartbreak hurts a little more. Every new heartbreak hurts so much more than the last time around.
All right, ladies, as you come around, we're going to ask that you line up. Once again, beginning with 173, the Primrose Clydesdales. If you could please look to the center and line up on your ring steward's direction. And how about it, our third heat in tonight's breast cancer awareness cart class. Let's go ahead and open up the in-gate. We're going to bring everybody back in for final placings. Let's go ahead and welcome back in heats 1 and 2. We'll line them up end to end. All right, we do have a few more write-ups in this class. Entry number 188. Terry State Farms, Kelton Sadie and Madison Strain are driving for Madison's mom, Sharon Strain, a proud 23 survivor of breast cancer. When Sharon was diagnosed, Madison was just 6 weeks old. Even though her hardest days, Sharon never gave up. She fought with everything: her husband's Spud and her sons, Cody, Ashton, and for that tiny baby girl. Today, Sharon stands as an example of courage and determination, and a reminder that family gives us the reason to fight and the strength to survive. And our final statement comes to us from entry 194. This is from Mary Myers of South Creek, Clydesdales. My close friend Tony Dog is the first person that comes to mind when someone says the word courage. God has tested her now for the third time, her second battle with breast cancer, and 35 years ago she survived a brain aneurysm and impairments that didn't prevent her from raising her family with her husband John and 3 children, who have blessed her with grandchildren. Tony stood beside me at my wedding as a maid of honor. Her friendship is dear to our family. As a child, I remember Tony's favorite animal was an elephant. She loved stuffed elephants, so I'm carrying with me one tonight in her honor, and I will always carry her with me. Her sweet, courageous smile, she endures this latest challenge with breast cancer. We love you, Tony. All right, there we have it. All of our 21 entries lined up end to end in our breast cancer awareness cart. How about a huge round of applause for this very special class at this year's 2025 World Clydesdale Show. This class is unique in a lot of ways. One of the ways is that it has raised $3,100, all of the proceeds will go towards Pink Ribbon Good Foundation. $3,100 proceeds from this class. Big thank you to all of those who have participated. You may also notice that a lot of the decorations on these horses, from their manes and tails, are completely identical. That's because they were donated for this class specifically by Elite Horse Decorations and Shelby Zarbinski. How about a nice round of applause and a thank you to Shelby from Elite Horse Decorations. Everybody quiet. Everybody remain calm. All right, thank you for your cooperation during that. We got everything situated. As you can see in the Clydesdale industry, we are all there to help anyone when it is in need. It is a very unique family. Things are all now situated, and we are back to our class. We will get final placings to you here momentarily.
We damn sure know where we've been, but we don't know where we're going. Give me a black motorcycle, give me playback on a vinyl and some cheap aviators from '65. Give me snakeskin boots, go swaying like a noose, and I'll be clinging to the back of this engine bag. Give me a black motorcycle. Give me a black motorcycle. Give me a black motorcycle. Give me a black motorcycle.
All right, final results are in for our breast cancer awareness cart. And before we get into those, how about one final applause for all of our entries in this class? A great cause, $3,100 raised, just an amazing class. We really appreciate all the effort our exhibitors have put in. This class is sponsored by Pat Perkins of Glenview, Clydesdale. She is a 25-year Clydesdale exhibitor and a 22-year cancer survivor. She is here tonight to help hand out awards. How about a nice applause for our class sponsor, Pat Perkins. All right, we have roughly 21 entries in this class. We're going to be placing the top 12. So in no particular order, drivers, if you could please out to your right. Entry number 116, Boulder Buff Clydesdales. Entry number 119, High Point Clydesdales. Entry number 127, the Lundergan Clydesdales. Entry number 133, Pro Pack. Entry number 138, Shining Meadow Clydesdales. Entry number 143, Storm Ridge Farm. Entry number 156, the Armageddon Clydesdales. Entry number 188, Terry State Farm. And entry number 200, Kyle and Candace Connor. All those entries in reserve, if you would please, out and to your right. A nice round of applause for all of these entries. And here then are your top 12 here this evening. Entering 12th place, entry number 163, the Dragonfly Clydesdales from Buckley, Michigan. This is Auburn Moyer doing the driving. Eleventh place this evening is going to entry number 136, the entry from Rockin' Hill Clydesdales. This is Nancy Lacrosse joining us from Kennewick, Wisconsin. Tenth place this evening is going to entry 147, the Linden Clydesdales entry from Springfield, Illinois. This is Hannah Johnson. Standing ninth is 194, the entry of South Creek Clydesdales from Fremont, Ohio. Mary Myers driving with her stuffed elephant. Eighth place this evening goes to entry 173A, the Primrose Clydesdales. This is Chris Mann driving. Seventh place this evening is going to entry number 173, the other entry of Primrose Clydesdales. This is Christina Mann. Sixth place this evening is going to be entry number 102, the entry from Greenwood Farms of Richmond, Michigan. This is Luke Williams driving. And if that ain't quite the fascinator, I don't know what is. I mean, check it out. Fifth place, and congratulations goes to entry number 189, the entry of Plunget Clydesdales. Whitney Stang driving for Plunget tonight, 189. Fourth place this evening, entry number 121, the Styling Grace Draft Horses from Mount Pleasant, Michigan, Aaron Papoy driving. Third place this evening is going to go to entry number 107, the entry of 5-star Clydesdales. Joining us from Leland, Illinois, Kristen Hastings. Correction, Beth Wilcox on the 5-star Clydesdale entry, third place this evening. Second place this evening, and congratulations, is going to go to the Sutter Post Farm Clydesdales. This is April Tarleton from Mechanicsville, Maryland. Second place tonight in our breast cancer awareness cart. And there stands your winner, lighted up pretty bright. It's entry number 180, the Riverstone Clydesdales from Plateau, Minnesota, Brooklyn Schmidt driving. And our class sponsor, Pat Perkins, going to take a victory pass with our winner tonight. Our class sponsor, Pat Perkins of Glenview Clydesdales. Another thank you going out to Shelly Zerbinski for all that she has done to help this class. All of those decorations provided by Elite Hort Decorations. This class once again raising $3,100. All proceeds going to Prink Ribbons Good. And there is your winner. Entry number 180, the Riverstone Clydesdales of Plateau, Minnesota. Brooklyn Schmidt driving with Pat Perkins aboard. It takes 4 things to fight this battle. They are faith, friends, family, and fun, and never quit smiling. Our breast cancer awareness cart winner, it is 180, the Riverstone Clydesdales from Plateau, Minnesota. The pink ribbon belt buckle donated by the Alberta Shire Foundation, Aaron Bartlett. Alrighty, we are now ready, I believe, for our red-chested Mare Unicorn. Register Mare Unicorn coming up, 16 entries. 15, 3 heats in the Register Mare Unicorn. And here they come. Our first entry is going to be the entry of Calico Farms. Joining us from Huxley, Alberta, Kevin Pellinero driving. Entry 183. Nope. 135, Broken Spoke Clydesdales, joining us from Winfield, Kansas. Next in is 186, the Beto Clydesdales with Eric Reisinger. Westwind Farm, Donnie Lowe's driving. Looks like we're running with 4. Drivers, if you would, please, on the rail at a trot. This is going to be your heat.
When I was young, my daddy said, gotta keep
Alrighty, it is time to work the second direction. Drivers, as you come around, please look to your ring steward, beginning with Kevin Pellinero in the Calico Farm. We're going to ask that you reverse.
When I was younger, my mama said, gotta make your green and you'll be seeing red. 'Cause if you ain't got none, well, nobody gon' come for you. She would tell me tales that would leave me scared, so I made sure to get it through my head. I'm either gonna run this town or walk all over you. Run out loud, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. Run out loud, better run on. Run all day till you can't be found. Run out loud, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down.
And down to the walk. Drivers, please walk your unicorns. All walk. And back to the trot. Drivers on the rail at a trot.
Oh, yeah, I say you better run, boy. Oh, you better run. Oh, yeah, I say you better run, boy. Run out loud, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. Run out loud, better run on.
All right, drivers, this is going to be your final lap as you come around, beginning with Calico Farms. And Kevin Pellinero, please look to your ringman and line up on his direction. And there you have it, our first heat in tonight's registered Mare Unicorn class. All right, we're going ahead and go and excuse this first heat. Drivers, if you would, please, out into your left. And as they exit, how about a nice round of applause again for our first heat of the registered Mare Unicorn. All right, we are ready for our second heat. And tonight's registered Mare Unicorn. Drivers, if you would, please, in at the trot. And first in, we have 139, the entry of Stallheim Farms from Amory, Wisconsin. Andrew Stallheim driving. Next up is the entry of the Brookside Farm. Entry 113, Glencoe Gallantry Clydesdales with Logan Bain driving. And their entry of Wismer Clydesdales. Looks like 4 in this heat. Drivers, if... Yep. This is the heat. Drivers on the rail at a trot. All right, Mr. Stallheim, we're going to ask that you lead us into the reverse as you come around that corner. Stallheim Farms, please reverse. And down to the walk, drivers all walk. And back to the trot, on the rail at a trot. Drivers, it is time to line up once again, beginning with the Stahlheim entry. As you come around, drivers, if you would please line up on your ring steward's direction. And there it is, Heat 2 of the registered Mare Unicorn Hitch.
Wandering through Wichita,
All right, we're ready to dismiss this heat. Drivers, if you would please out into your left, beginning with the Stahlheim entry. A nice round of applause for our second heat in tonight's registered Mare Unicorn.
lonesome and long. I've been searching for the banks of peace like a river, with a worn out liver and a hole in my soul. Winter time's coming these days, and shorter than my temper. I can't wrestle with my angels, and they got a blue heel on my throat.
All right, we are ready for our third and final heat of this class, looking for 5 entries to round out the Mare Unicorn. 5 entries making their way in at the trot, please. First in 121, this is Style and Grace Draft Horses, driven by Austin Banga. Entry 193, the Country Classic Clydesdales from Mapleton, Minnesota. This is Thomas Madel. Next in is going to be the entry of Stokes Stables, entry 169 from Moffat, Ontario, with Pat Stokes driving. Followed in by the entry of TF Clydesdales, Jake Bauer driving. And rounding out this heat is going to be the entry of the Greenwood Farm with Gary Miller driving. All right, drivers, this is going to be our heat. If you would please, on the rail at a trot. Austin, as you come around, we're going to ask that you lead us through the reverse. Style and Grace, look to your ringman as you come around and reverse. And down to the walk, drivers all walk. Back to the trot, judge says, on the rail, all trot. time has come for the lineup, drivers. As you come down this rail, style and grace, if you could please turn in and line up. We're gonna have you line up tight, drivers, if you could. Got 12 entries back in here. Line them up tight. There you have it, our third and final entry in tonight's registered Mare Unicorn Hitch. All right, let's go ahead and open up the out gate and bring in our first two heats. Drivers, if you could please come in and line up for final placings. While we wait for our final placings, we do have a special award to give out. Over the week, our judges are paying special attention to a variety of things, not just the horses, and one of our awards is the Best Shod Award. This year, the halter exhibitor who won Best Shod is the entry of Willow Way Farms. Alan Weston, Chris, and Cordego joining us from Alberta, Canada, winning the Best Shod Halter Award.
Been called too crazy, been called too blind, but I built this ground I'm walking on. Been running
Congratulations, Willoway Clydesdales, our best shod halter horses.
Every heart grows a little cold and every soul is bought and sold. Truth be told, it's getting old. I'll find a place where I can go. Start a fire and rise again. Right away out on the wind. Been running, running, running ever since I was a child. Drowning out the noise with the red dirt in my voice. Build a kingdom up just to burn it down. And if you need me, I'll be laughing at the pain, dancing in the flames. I've been running, running, running ever since I was a child. Drowning out the noise with the red dirt in my voice. Build a kingdom up just to burn it down. And if you need me, I'll be laughing at the pain, dancing in the flames. I'm a gypsy goddess, a little too modest, still dancing in the flames.
Here then are your final results in tonight's Registered Mare Unicorn in this class, sponsored by Cedar Lane Farms, LLC. 13th this evening is going to go to entry number 135. This is the entry of the Broken Spoke Clydesdales, joining us from Winfield, Kansas. Drivers, if you could please, out to your right for your final placings. Twelfth place this evening is going to go to entry number 193, the Country Classic Clydesdales from Mapleton, Minnesota. Thomas Maynell driving. 11th place is going to go to entry number 121, the entry from Style and Grace Draft Horses from Mount Pleasant, Michigan, Austin Banga driving. 10th place is going to go to entry number 169, the entry of Stokes Stables from Moffat, Ontario. Pat Stokes driving. 9th place this evening is going to go to entry number 185, the entry of the Wismer Clydesdales from Ashtonburg, Ontario. This is Ron Wismer driving. Standing eighth tonight is entry number 187, the entry of TF Clydesdales from Gladbrook, Iowa, Jake Bauer driving. Seventh place this evening goes to entry number 102, the Greenwood Farm from Richmond, Michigan. Gary Miller driving. Sixth place is going to go to entry number 129, the Westwind Farm from Oakville, Ontario. This is Mike Bowerman driving. Fifth place goes entry 113, the Glencoe Gallantry Clydesdales from Pecatonica, Illinois, with Logan Bain driving. Fourth place this evening, entry number 166 from Huxley, Alberta, Canada, the entry of the Calico Farms, Kevin Pellinero driving.
Blackbird on a limb, both of them diving in deeper than they've been before. And
Third place this evening goes to entry number 183, the entry of Brookside Farm from Sparta, Wisconsin. Dustin Brooks doing the driving.
it's gonna be hell to pay. So baby, meet me down by the Roanoke River where the cool dark water meets the full moonlight. If we can sneak away, maybe we could be together. Candlelight, stop love tonight.
Your reserve champion, Mare Unicorn, this evening is going to go to entry number 186, the Beto Clydesdales from Mansworth, Nebraska. Eric Reisinger driving.
Whiskey on his breath, they were scared to death, and he was meaner than the devil himself. It was him or them, and you can call it a sin, but the Roanoke River won't tell. So baby, meet me down by the road.
And there stands your world champion, registered Mare Unicorn. It's entry number 139, the Stolheim Farms Clydesdales. Andrew Stolheim joining us from Emory, Wisconsin.
Can't nobody stop this love. 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 Can't
All right, I've been giving Andrew a hard time all night tonight about not getting too enthusiastic, but I think now's the time he would appreciate some enthusiasm. Your winner of the registered Mare Unicorn World Champion at the 2025 World Clyde Show, the Stahlheim Farm Clydesdales, Andrew Stahlheim. I'm not sure that applause was loud enough. Andrew really wants to hear it. The winner of the registered Mare Unicorn, Andrew Stahlheim in the Stahlheim Farms Clydesdales. Our next class is going to be the open team class. Open team, I believe we have 3 heats in the team class. First heat, 6 entries. We are ready for you. If you could please be making your way to the arena at a trot. First in is going to be the entry of the Grandview Clydesdales, driven by Shannon Cobbs, entry 125. Next in, the entry of Ridgeview Acres, followed on by the Dreamin' On Clydesdales. All right, that's going to be 6. Our first heat drivers, if you would please, on the rail at a trot.
Loitering out on her doorstep again. I thought I might try to win her back, but I'm all out of confidence. I'm a little nervous about coming down, and every new heartbreak hurts a little more. The first one felt like more than I could take, so I hit the ground running so hard, whittled my soul away. Try to keep my hopes up, but they keep falling down, and every new heartbreak hurts.
All right, drivers, time has come to reverse your pairs as you come around, beginning with the Grandview Clydesdales. If you could please reverse at your ringman.
I made a lot of half-hearted mistakes, but I worked so hard on this one. Gave her my everything. Wasn't losing battle, so I'm laying down. And every new heartbreak hurts a little more. Every new heartbreak hurts a little more than the last time around.
And down to the walk. Drivers, please walk your teams.
The last time around,
And back to the trot drivers on the rail at a trot.
Loitering out on a doorstep again, and it's just so damn cold out here. I can see my family.
Time to line up, drivers, as you come down this last rail, beginning with Grand View Clydesdales. If you could please look to your ring man and line up.
Every new heartbreak hurts a little more. Every new heartbreak hurts so much more than the last time around.
There you have our first heat in tonight's open team class. I believe we're expecting 3 heats tonight. First 6 entries. All right, we're ready to dismiss this heat. Drivers, if you would please, out and to your left, beginning with the Grand View entry. As they exit, can we have a nice round of applause for our first heat of our open team class? Alrighty, we are ready for our second heat of the open team. Second heat, please be making your way in. And here we have a special guest coming into the ring in the open team class. Riding along with Myron on the Budweiser Clydesdale wagon is Misty Butcher, the mayor of the city of Springfield. Everybody have her a nice round of applause. Welcome into the ring, Misty Butcher. Alrighty, this is going to be our heat. Drivers, if you would please, teams on the rail at a trot. Alrighty, drivers, we're going to go ahead and start our reverse, beginning with the Lundgren Clydesdales, entry 127. Please reverse at your ringman. And let's go down to the walk. Drivers, please walk your teams. And back to the trot. Pick them up at the trot, please. All right, drivers, we're going to go ahead and line up, beginning with the Lundergan Clydesdales. As you guys come down, if you would please turn in and line up. And there you have our second heat in tonight's open team class. How about a nice round of applause for all of these entries? All right, we are ready to dismiss this heat. If we could get that gate open, drivers out into your left. Karen, if you could please lead us on the way out. And a nice round of applause for our second heat of tonight's open team class. And remember, the mayor's listening. Let's give her a nice round of applause as she exits. All right, we are ready for our third and final heat of tonight's kart class, or open team class. Open team, third and final heat. Looks like this is going to be our heat drivers on the rail at a trot. Christy, as you come around, we're going to go and ask for you to lead us into the reverse. Stahlheim Farms, as you come around, please reverse. Down to the walk, drivers, please walk your teams. And back to the trot, all trot. Drivers are going to ask that you line up as you come down that final rail. Christy, once again, if you come down, please look to your ring man and line up on his direction. All right, this is our third and final heat of our open team class. Third and final heat. How about a nice round of applause for these entries? At this time, we'd like to go ahead and open up that in-gate. Welcome back in the remaining entries in this class. Bringing entries back in for final placings. Here then are final placings in tonight's open team class. This class sponsored by MJB Farms. Drivers are going to ask that you pull out and to your right. We are placing the top 14 shown in this class, which means we have 2 entries in reserve. In no particular order, those entries are as follows. Entry number 105, the Sorensen Clydesdales, and entry number 122, the George Moritz entry. Drivers, if you could please out and to your right in reserve.
Run now, dog, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. Run now, dog, better run on. Run all day.
12th place this evening is going to go to entry number 205, the entry of H&M Clydesdales and Pine Meadow Equine from Topeka, Indiana, Mr. Merv Hirschberger driving. Standing 11th this evening, entry number 214, the entry of the Rollin' On Clydesdales. From Ayersburg, Pennsylvania, Mr. Ethan Toms driving. Standing 10th is entry number 194 from Fremont, Ohio, the entry of the South Creek Clydesdales. Mary Myers driving. Standing 9th, entry number 132, the Dreamin' Out Loud Clydesdales from Clayton, Ontario. This is Troy Leonard driving. Eighth place this evening is 162, George's Clydesdales. Jason Taylor driving, joining us from Bishopton, Quebec. Seventh place is going to go to entry 121, Style and Grace Draft Horses from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. This is Gabe Prepoy driving. Sixth place is going to go to entry number 139, the Stallheim Farms entry from Amory, Wisconsin. Christy Kopernick driving. Fifth place is going to go to entry number 149, the Ridgeview Acres from Willard, Missouri. This is Danielle Lewis driving. Fourth place this evening is going to go to entry number 119, the entry of High Point Clydesdales from Hooper, Utah. John Haney is driving tonight. Third place, and congratulations to entry number 127, the entry of Lundergan Clydesdales from Lexington, Kentucky. Karen doing the drive-in tonight. Second place in reserve title honors is going to go to entry number 125, the Grandview Clydesdales. Joining us from Denellen, Florida, Mr. Shannon Cobbs driving. And your world champion in the open team class at the 2025 World Show is going to go to Monty West Clydesdales, entry 167. Joining us from Allegan, Michigan, this is Myron Hirschberger driving. And his good luck charm this evening, the mayor of the city of Springfield, Misty Butcher. All right, here is one more look at your world champion in tonight's open team class. Entry 167, the Monty West Clydesdales from Allegan, Michigan. Looks like our mayor has a good eye for quality horses, picking the right wagon to ride on just before the team class. Misty Butcher riding on the Monty West Clydesdales, your world champion open team, driven tonight by Myron Hirschberger. And now, ladies and gentlemen, things are about to get serious. It is time for our lady drivers to be featured. Two classes of the ladies' cart had over 70 entries initially, and our one cart class decided to split it between the mares and the geldings. So first up, ladies' cart for our mare owners. Ladies' cart mare team, we are looking to, or mare cart, we're looking to do 2 heats of this class. Ladies' cart, this is your call to the ring at a trot, please. All right, ladies, this is going to be our heat. If you could please, on the rail at a trot. Give yourself plenty of room. Big class, on the rail at a trot. All right, ladies, we're going to work second way of the ring, beginning with entry number 160. As you come around, if you could, please reverse on your ring steward's direction. And down to the walk, ladies. Please walk your carts. All walk. And back to the trot, ladies. Please, on the rail at a trot.
Wandering through Wichita, doubt my salvation on account of all the ways I've gone wrong, and I'm lonesome, lonesome and lonely.
All right, we are ready to line up. Once again, beginning with entry number 160. If you could, please pull in the lineup.
Worn out liver and hole in my soul. Winter time's coming these days and shorter than my temper. I can't wrestle with my angels and they got a boot heel on my throat. And I'm wandering through Wichita, doubting my salvation on account of all the ways I've gone wrong. And I'm lonesome, lonesome and lonely.
How about a nice round of applause for our first heat in our ladies' card for the Mares.
I wanna drink my feelings, you're like a fountain, but my stomach can't take it, my head is pounding. Well, I'm a ruined man as far as I can tell, aging poorly, losing years and scared as hell.
Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and dismiss this heat. Drivers would please out and to your left, beginning with the Gregley Alomar entry. How about a nice round of applause again, once again, for our first heat of our ladies' Mare Kart class. All right, we're looking for our second heat in tonight's ladies' Mare Kart class. Second heat, if you could please be making your way in at the trot. All right, this is going to be our heat. Ladies, on the rail at a trot, please. All trot. All right, we're going to go ahead and start our reverse with 186A. Wendy Dubois, if you would please, as you come around, lead our reverse. And down to the walk, ladies, please walk your carts. Back to the trot, all trot.
I've been running ever since I was a child, drowning out the noise with the red dirt in my voice. Build a kingdom up just to burn it down, and if you need me, I'll be laughing at the pain, dancing in the play.
All right, we're going to go ahead and line up, ladies, as you come around. Once again, being with Wendy, as you come down, please look to the ring man and line up.
A little too modest, still dancing in the flames.
And there is our second heat in the ladies' Mare cart class. All right, I don't know if we're dismissing, letting in, what's going on. Not sure how many heats we got. Anybody know? Ringman? Nothing? All right, we're going to send them out, sounds like. Wendy, if you would, please, out into your left. Drivers, we're going to dismiss this heat.
Son of a southern man, daughter of a freedman, children of the Civil War. Blackbird on a limb, both of them diving in deeper than they've been before. And down a red dirt path, covering their tracks, strangers in the light of day. Can't fight it, can't stop, and if they get caught, it's gonna be hell to pay. So baby, meet me down by the Roanoke River where the cool dark water meets the full moonlight. If we can sneak away, maybe we could be together. Can't nobody stop love tonight. Didn't know they'd been followed down through the hollow till a hand grabbed her by the arm. Blood's thicker.
All right, third heat of our ladies' mare cart. If you could please be making your way in at a trot. Third heat, ladies' mare cart. This is your call.
Whiskey on his breath, they were scared to death, and he was meaner than the devil himself. It was him or them, and you can call it a sin, but the Roanoke River won't tell. So baby, meet me down by the Roanoke River where the cool dark water meets the full moonlight. If we can sneak away, maybe we could be together. Can't nobody stop love tonight. Can't nobody stop this love. 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 Oh, can't nobody stop this love. So baby, meet me down by the Roanoke.
Looks like this is going to be your heat, ladies, if you would please, on the rail at a trot.
Sneak away, maybe we could be together. Can't nobody stop love tonight. So baby, meet me down by the Roanoke River where the cool dark water meets the full moonlight. If we can sneak away, maybe we could be together. Can't nobody stop love tonight.
Ladies, we're going to ask that you reverse as you come around. Entry number 113, Kim Bain. As you come around, if you would, please lead us into your reverse. And down to the walk, ladies, I'll walk your carts. Back to the trot, please, all trot. Kim, as you come around, we're going to ask that you start our lineup in today's ladies' cart. Kim Bain, please look to your ring steward and line up. Going to have you line up tight, ladies. Going to bring back in at least 12 entries. Line them up tight. And there you have it, our third and final heat of tonight's ladies' Mare Kart class.
Loitering out on her doorstep again. I thought I might try to win her back, but I'm all out of confidence. I'm a little nervous about coming down, and every new heartbreak hurts a little more.
All right, ladies, we're going to go ahead and dismiss a few of you of this heat. We're going to ask that you stay in the ring entry 113, 113A, and 129, which means we are going to excuse 182, 116, and 102. If you could please out into your left.
Ready to sail into the wind, heading west to find my reason, longing for something greater than this, and I'm right with anticipation.
We will be bringing back in 9 more for our final placings, placing the top 12 in our ladies' Mare Kart class this evening. 9 more to return here shortly.
A dream in my heart, yeah, this is just the start. My suitcase is packed and I'm waiting. I'm on the move, out into the great wide open. Look out, world, here I come. Hoist up my sails and ride the wind. Climb to the top of a mountain, fly round the world over oceans, scrape out a living just for this feeling, alive and well and I'm breathing. I'm on the move, out into the great wide open. Look out, world, here I come. Hoist up my sails and ride the wind. I'm on the move, out into the great wide open. Look out, world, here I come. Hoist up my sails and ride the wind. Look out, world, here I come. Hoist up my sails and ride the wind. Give me a black motorcycle, give me playback on a vinyl and some cheap aviators from 65. Give me snakeskin boots, skulls swaying like a noose, and I'll be clinging to the back of this Indian bike.
And there you have it, our top 12 in tonight's ladies' Mare Kart class.
Sunset going down. There's no lines on a gravel road, riding where nobody goes. And I'm addicted to his leather and smoke. Give me a black motorcycle, give me playback on a vinyl and some cheap aviators from 65. Give me snakeskin boots, gold swaying like a noose, and I'll
All right, then, here are your final placings in our ladies' mare cart class. I'm not sure exactly how many entries were shown, but there was a lot. How about a nice round of applause for our final 12? Standing 12th place this evening is entry number 183, the entry from Brookside Farms. This is Casey Brooks joining us from Sparta, Wisconsin. If you could please pull out and to your right. Eleventh place goes to entry number 189, the entry of Plungent Clydesdales from Winchester, Kentucky. This is Whitney Stang. Tenth place is going to go to entry number 129, the entry of Westwind Farms from Oakville, Ontario, Canada. Ninth place this evening is going to entry number 181, the entry of Werner Family Clydesdales, joining us from McAllister, Oklahoma, driven tonight by the very lovely and talented Marissa Cush. Eighth place this evening is going to go to entry number 102A, the entry of the Greenwood Farms, joining us from Richmond, Michigan. Seventh place this evening, entry number 187, the TF Clydesdales, joining us from Gladbrook, Iowa. This is Katie Bauer driving. All right, our sixth place entry is going to go to entry number 113, maybe 113A, but I do know it is Kim Bain. Kim, you are going to be sixth place this evening. Standing fifth place tonight is our other entry of 113 of the Glencoe Gallantry Clydesdales. This is Kathy Bain joining us from Pecatonica, Illinois. Fourth place this evening goes to entry 185, the entry of the Wismer Clydesdales from Amherstburg, Ontario. This is Claire Skipper driving. Third place goes to entry number 142, the entry of the Willoway Farms. Joining us from Ohio, Alberta, Kristen Gordego driving. Two outstanding exhibitors remain. Our second place and reserve world champion, ladies, Mare Kart class, is going to go to entry number 186A, the entry of Budweiser Clydesdales. This is Wendy Dubois driving. Congratulations, Wendy, your reserve champion, ladies Mare Kart driver for Budweiser Clydesdales, and now your world champion, ladies Mare Kart driver is entry number 160, the entry of the Gregory Alomar Clydesdales, Janine Gregg driving. And there you have it, one more look at your world champion, ladies Mare Kart class, joining us from Cargill, Ontario, Canada. The entry from Gregory Alomar Clydesdales, Janine Gregg driving. How about a nice final round of applause? Your world champion, Mare Kart, Janine Gregg for Gregory Alomar Clydesdales. And now it is the ladies' karts for Gelding's. Gelding's ladies' kart class. We are looking for what appears to be an endless amount of Gelding ladies' kart. We are going to take them in as many heats as we need. Heat 1, I know that's first. If you could please be making your way to the arena at a trot. All right, this is going to be heat. Drivers, if you would please, on the rail at a trot. All trot. All right, ladies, we're going to prepare to work second way of the ring. Laura, as you come around the Lundergan Clydesdales, if you would please lead our reverse. Down to the walk, ladies. Please walk your carts. All walk. And back to the trot, ladies. On the rail at a trot.
When I was young, my daddy said, gotta keep one eye open in your bed. 'Cause there's a time coming when the devil gonna come for you. So my trigger finger, stay prepared. I've got my weapon and I got my prayers. 'Cause if you don't run this town, they'll walk all over you. Run outlaw, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. Run outlaw, better run on. Run all day till you can't be found. Run outlaw, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. You can out.
Ladies, this is going to be your final lap as you come around. Karen, if you would please lead us into the lineup. Look to your ring steward and line up.
When I was younger, my mama said, gotta make your green and you'll be seeing red. 'Cause if you ain't got none, well, nobody gon' come for you. She would tell me tales that would leave me scared, so I made sure to get it through my head. I'm either gonna run this.
And there you have it, our first heat of our ladies gelding cart class.
Run outlaw, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. Run outlaw, better run on. Run all day till you can't be found. Run outlaw, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. You can outrun the devil, but you ain't gonna outrun me. You ain't gonna outrun me.
Alrighty, we are looking for our second heat in tonight's ladies gelding cart class. Second heat, please be making your way to the arena at a trot. Alrighty, this is going to be our second heat. Ladies, if you would please, on the rail at a trot. All trot. Ladies, it is going to be time to start our reverse, beginning with entry number 169, the Stoke Stables entry. Vanessa, as you come around, if you could please lead us into the reverse. And down to the walk, ladies, all walk. Back to the trot, all trot. All right, Vanessa, we're going to have you start our lineup as you come down here. Stoke Stables, please look to your ring man and line up. There you have our second heat in tonight's Gelding Ladies Kart Class.
Wandering through Wichita, doubt my salvation on account of all the ways I've gone wrong. And I'm lonesome, lonesome and lonely. I've been searching for the banks of peace like a river, with a worn out liver and a hole in my soul.
All right, we're going to welcome back in heat number 1. Apparently, we have 2 heats of the ladies' gelding cart. Bringing them all back in for final placings.
This ain't no shotgun wedding that you're used to. The target is you. If you leave her standing all alone at the altar, daddy's daughter got a Smith and Wesson pistol that her daddy bought her hidden in a gutter, and she ain't afraid to use it. It's up to you. Are you gonna be blood or just blood in a water? 'Cause she can't have
All right, we have our final results in tonight's ladies gelding cart class. Before we get to this, how about a nice round of applause for all of our entries? 17 entries in this class. All right, we've had several scratches, so my list is a little over complete as far as what we have. We are going to place our top 12, which means we have some of these in reserve. We're going to go down the list. If you hear your number, if you would, please pull out and to your right. Entry number 119, High Point Clydesdales. 126, Sutter Post Clydes. 131, Cedar Creek Drafts. 132, Dreamin' Out Loud. 135, Broken Spoke Clydes. 138, the Shining Meadow Clydesdales. 139A, Stallheim Farms. 143, Storm Ridge Farm. 161, River Run. 163, Dragonfly Clydes. 165, Resting Spirit Stables. 166, Calico Farms. 180, Riverstone Clydes. 180A, Riverstone Clydes. 190, Vulture Ridge Ranch. 191, the Rollin' On Clydes. 193, Country Classic Clydes. 275, Cedar Hedge Farm. And 104, Mountain View Farm. If I called your number, if you would, please, out to your right. Nice job, ladies. Exactly 12 entries remaining. Thank you for that. Standing in 12th place this evening is going to go to entry number 140. This is the entry of Daredevil Drafts and Michaela Redeker, joining us from Catawissa, Missouri. You can tell me how to say that later. Eleventh place this evening, entry number 121, Style and Grace Draft Horses, Aaron Papoy driving, joining us from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. 10th place, and congratulations this evening, is 125, the Grandview Clydesdales. This is Karen Cobbs driving, joining us from Denell, Florida. Ninth place this evening is going to entry number 149, the entry from Ridgeview Acres, Willard, Missouri. This is Jessica Lewis driving. Standing eighth this evening, entry 169, Stokes Stable entry. This is Vanessa Breton joining us from Moffat, Ontario, Canada. Eighth place, 169. Seventh place is going to go to entry number 164, the entry of A1 Transmission of Georgia. This is Michelle Garrett driving. Sixth place goes to entry 194 from Fremont, Ohio, the entry of South Creek Clydesdales and Mary Myers. Fifth place is going to entry 179, the Cedar Hedge Farm from Bristol, Vermont. This is Amanda Barnes driving. Fourth place this evening goes to entry 123, the entry of McLaughlin Clydesdales. This is Amber McLaughlin driving. Third place is going to go to entry number 167, the Monty West Clydesdales. Kim Scott driving, joining us tonight from Allegan, Michigan. Second place and your reserve world champion in tonight's ladies Gelding kart class is going to go to entry number 162. This is George's Clydesdales. Kylie George driving, joining us from Bishopton, Quebec. Congratulations, George's Clydesdales, your reserve world champion, and Kylie George. And there in the center of the ring stand your winner of our final class of the evening. Your world champion, ladies Gelding kart, is going to go to Lundergan Clydesdales. Karen doing the driving tonight. You almost wonder if they're starting to get sick of winning. Your world champion in the ladies kart class tonight, the Lundergan Clydesdales, joining us from Lexington, Kentucky. All right, Springfield, this World Championships deserves no less applause than all the others the rest of the day. There's only a few of us, so let her hear it. The Karen from the Lundergan Clydesdales, our world champion, ladies Gelding kart. And that is going to conclude our evening show. To let everybody know, at 8 o'clock this evening, there will be a block party at the north side of the fairgrounds. Feel free to make your way down there. They will have a live band, dinner, and drinks until, oh wait, for another half hour. Make your way down, have a good time. We should be there. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.